His ass is hanging out as he makes a break upfield. Stepping back up. Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Cameron Munster's now putting his balls in Nick Meaney's face.
I have no idea what the waste of world sports is.
Waste to Water Sports, ahoy! How are we doing? Yes, we've got you covered here on your Sunday ticket. Some more NRL action. As you can probably tell, my voice is just ready to crack. I've done all the games this weekend, every single one so far. And I know the closest I've ever gotten to getting through all the games in the past, I fell one short because I just couldn't do it. But we'll see how I go. Vobsy, ahoy there. Jose Estrada, James Jason, and the fabulous link that was shared to an Instagram reel just before. Welcome along, everybody, for another day of action. Melbourne Storm versus the Canberra Raiders. The Raiders are a team that traditionally find ways to really trouble the Storm. So this should be a real cracker of a game. Storm are ridiculously short-priced favourites for this game. And this gives me an idea. What's the line on this? I know the Raiders aren't exactly in top-notch form right now, but then neither are the Storm, are they? The Storm have yet to click. So I'm very curious. What do we have here in terms of the line that's been set for the Raiders? You would think I would be able to find this a lot easier. Let's see. They are giving the Raiders have gotten 11.5 points head start here with the bookies. This raises an interesting dilemma. Gamer Mel, ahoy there. How are you doing? Gamer Mel, I actually did it. I got around to doing it. The take the points emoji. I'm actually liking the Raiders with the 11.5 points head start. All right, let's see. Can I build a multi around this? Well, of course I can. It's just a matter of who I choose. Because I find that really surprising. The Raiders, who traditionally go quite well against the Storm, especially in Melbourne, one of the few teams that actually are capable of sticking it to the Storm on their home turf. 11.5 seems quite tasty indeed. So if I go, Xavier Coates is back for the Storm as well. Okay, what if we put Coates in, an anytime try scorer? Keep the Raiders with the line. 11.5. And who else can I sneak in there? Unders is 43.5. Could be a low scoring game. Anytime try scorer. Jahrome Hughes is back as well. Yes. Oh, I wonder if that's okay. Hughes is back. Jahrome Hughes being back means that Cameron Munster's going to come to life again. Harry Grant will probably be in much better form. I understand now. Okay. Jahrome Hughes back. Xavier Coates back. That's what it would be. That's why the Storm are just ridiculously short-priced favourites. That makes a lot of sense. Because Hughes just ignites that backline. As good as Cameron Munster is, Jahrome Hughes is, in my opinion, the most important cog in that Melbourne spine. Remus Smith is in as well. He'll be starting from the bench, I guess, will he? Or... oh, no, he's starting in the number 19 jersey. Okay, well, the Storm are getting close to full strength in that case. All right, that does change things ever so slightly. And that explains a lot. How are you doing, Gamer Mel? Are you confident? On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident? Oh, excuse me. How confident are we in the home team here today? About 4 minutes until kickoff here. I'm sticking with the Storm. Now that I've had a look at the team list, those are some big, big ins for Melbourne. Could be a little bit of a touch-up. Around 8, you reckon? That's pretty good. That's pretty comfortable. I wonder if I can put some cheeky A-B, player A or player B markets on and make it worthwhile. Let's see. Player A and B to combine for 2+ tries. Xavier Coates, I would be interested in. Xavier Coates and Cameron Munster. Xavier Coates and Harry Grant. Xavier Coates and Jack Whiten. Player A or player B to score a try. Xavier Coates or Harry Grant. There we go. I could cover off Oates and Grant because I do like that one, James Jason. All right, I'm going to go Storm outright. Xavier Coates, Harry Grant, for the Raiders. Try scorer for the Raiders. Oh, God, this is difficult. I didn't wake up early enough to put too much thought into this. Ah, bugger it. It's too much thought for me to process. It's way too early in the afternoon for a Sunday for me. I'm usually still in bed by now. Grant, Coates, and Storm, 1 to 12, paying $15.25. That's not bad at all. Those are my sorts of odds. So I guess if we're thinking Storm around the 1 to 12, that does bring the Raiders line back into the equation too, doesn't it? Raiders to cover the line. That comes back into play. Nice, $50 on it. That's the way. God, I'm not used to being up this early on a Sunday. This is insane. Absolute insanity. No worries, Gamer Mel. The game is just about to kick off. Bright and early on a Sunday afternoon, Melbourne Storm, Canberra Raiders. Let's keep an eye on James Jason's same game multi since I didn't put one on. We'll cheer his on instead. Harry Grant, Xavier Coates, I believe it was, Harry Grant and the Melbourne Storm to win by 1 to 12. It is the Storm to get us underway. Whoops. Where's the screen? There it is. Okay. Off and running in this one. Melbourne get us underway. Sunday afternoon. Bright and early. What can this game dish up? We have seen some absolute crackers this weekend so far. Mr. Ed's dead. Ahoy. How are you doing there, mate? How are you doing today? I'm actually really surprised I made it, to be perfectly honest, because I did sit up and watch the England versus Wales test match in the rugby union. And that finished at around 4-ish a.m. my time. Corey Horsburgh making some good meters up the middle for the Raiders. Did you see what I tagged you on Facebook? No, I haven't been on there today. The kick down to Xavier Coates as the Raiders get through their first set. And it's a solid start for Ricky's White Goblins today. Storm 13 plus Munster, Coates, Nelson, and over 43 match points as the Melbourne Storm come up with the first error of the day. And here is a massive opportunity for the Raiders early on to make a real statement in this game and put themselves out on top. Looking for a loose carry there. That's all it was. Loose carry, looking for an offload. Completely unnecessary there by young Tonomapea. And here is a golden opportunity for the Raiders. That is very unstorm-like, it must be said. Raiders to the right-hand edge from the scrum. Rampana puts Tomoko back in field. This has now become potentially a huge moment in the game. 6 again. Rapana goes down the blind side. They're 10 out here, the Raiders. A dream start it would be for them. Bringing it back midfield in front of the posts. Plenty of tackles up their sleeve. Marker's not square there for Melbourne. They've created numbers out to the left, but the tap-on goes in behind Hopawate and over the sideline. They will come back for that penalty, though. They were up way too quick. Melbourne up way too fast. Take the two. Take the two. Take the points. Difficult kick it would be. So they tap and go. Probably the right call in that situation. Oh, they get in each other's way there, the Raiders, but they do well to not spill the ball. And it's tackle 2 in front of the post. 10 out from the line. Pressure is on here well and truly for the home team. Options left and right. To the left they go, the Raiders. Out the back to Whiten. Whiten dummies, takes on the line on his own. Nothing doing there. Tackle 4 for Canberra. Still inside Melbourne's 10. Papali'i. He has a go. 5th and last now. Where's Fogarty? Fogarty's back here to the right. Oh, puts a grubber kick in. It was not played at. Gets a second kick on it. Nick Meaney dives on it. And they're offside again, Melbourne. We're only 4 minutes into this contest, but is the referee already thinking a potential warning? Take the 2. Yes. This one right out in front. No second thought about it. They're taking the 2 this time. And a little bit of reward here for the early dominance of Canberra. A near perfect start for the Raiders. The only thing that would have made it better is if it was a try. But at least they're not going to come away here with nothing. Oh, what time's that on? What time's that on Wednesday night? Not that I have any interest in covering it, but it's just made me realise that maybe this Wednesday night's not the greatest time to be debuting the new piece of content, because people will be occupado with the Matildas game. I might have to push it back to the following week. Oh, 8 o'clock? Okay, no, we'll be well and truly done before 8 p.m. Two points to nil here. The Raiders off to a flyer. Melbourne, they've barely touched the ball. They had that one set of 6. They dropped it on tackle 4. Outside of that, it'd be about 90% possession to the Raiders here. Coming up, of course, after this game. Look at that. Oh, what a guess. It is exactly 90% possession to the Raiders. What a jolly good guess that was. Melbourne should get the ball back at least at the back end of this set. Horsburgh, that's his second hit up of the set. I have absolutely nothing to bring to a soccer game. James Jason is all. Maybe Michelle would like to do it. That could be a good thing maybe for Michelle to come back on. I would just have absolutely nothing to bring to a soccer game. I wouldn't have a clue what I was looking at. I wouldn't have a clue what to call anything or what to call anyone. I suppose that alone could be a laugh, but... Balls. Yes. No, has anyone seen that episode of The Simpsons where the soccer comes to Springfield, but they have absolutely no idea what soccer is? But it's this big world sport. It's coming to Springfield, and everyone from the show packs into this stadium, and then it starts, and they're all excited, and then it starts, and then they realize what's happening, and they're like, what is this? And Kent Brockman, I think it is. Kent Brockman's up in the commentary box, just like, center passes to halfback, back to center, back to halfback, back to center. That's what it would be like. An error here for the Raiders. In amongst all that, Jack Whiten forcing the pass and a failure to complete. And Melbourne are presented with their first opportunity of the game. I'll keep it in mind, though, James Jason. It is a very good thought. Perhaps if Michelle's interested. Oh, now Melbourne have spilt the ball on tackle 1, and if we do that, we might have to ignore that thing that Chuggy is promoting. Yes, that's the one, Mr. Ed's dead. That's the one. Very scrappy first 10 here from the Storm. What, they've had 2 sets? They haven't completed a single one, I don't believe. They've had the ball for an entirety of maybe 5 or 6 tackles across those 2 attempted sets. It's a terrible start for Melbourne. Oh, can we please get a shot of Craig Bellamy up in the coach's box right about now? That would be fabulous to see. Keeping alive, Canberra. They've certainly got their tails up here on the back of those Melbourne errors. 5th and last. Whiten's kicking from 30 out. Puts it high. Meaney takes the high ball, but is now dragged backwards. And Melbourne are just yet to get out of second gear here at the moment. Looking really lethargic. They're looking like I feel. Melbourne are playing like I feel right about now. And here is a very relieving penalty. They needed that. Well, I was talking with a mate of mine who's a huge Broncos supporter about that coming up. And he reckons that because the Broncos are so hot on the Panthers' tail, that Ivan Cleary won't rest players this season. But I actually think the Panthers will absolutely rest players still, especially the last round against the Cowboys. The Cowboys will surely be red-hot favourites once again going into that last round contest against the Panthers. Because it makes no difference whatsoever for the Panthers if they finish with the minor premiership or second. The route through doesn't really change for them whatsoever. So I believe very strongly Ivan Cleary will absolutely still rest players leading into the finals. 110% should the Storm knock the Broncos off at Suncorp in the final round. Jahrome Hughes threatens the line there. Now Melbourne, this is more like it. Welsh crashes over and scores. Does he get the ball down? He does. The captain, Christian Welsh. And Melbourne, they just needed one invitation. Yeah, look, I'm not suggesting that they wouldn't want it. I just think that they're smart enough to realize what's more important. I think the Panthers are smart enough to realize winning the actual premiership. The minor premiership is meaningless if you don't go on with it. So, yeah, I'm certainly not for 1 second suggesting they wouldn't be keen on it. I just don't think if it comes down to a guaranteed win by playing your full-strength team against the Cowboys in the last round versus taking the risk that the minor premiership might be dropped but keeping your top squad rested and available for the finals, I know what I'd be doing. They got their act together just long enough here, Melbourne, to hit the straps, and they find themselves ahead, and that's got to be deflating now for Ricky's Green Goblins, the Canberra Raiders. Nick Meaney moves in and converts to make it 6 points to 2. Melbourne Storm, just like that. All was looking a little bit clueless, and then they just get one shot in territory, and they go boom. Yeah, but that's what I mean. That they get a home final no matter what. Jason. Whether they finish first or whether they finish second, it's a home final for the Panthers. So they're still going to win at home, no matter who they're playing in the finals, and get the week off anyway. So that's why I mean it doesn't matter to them whether they finish first or second. Their path through is exactly the same. It just means that maybe they're playing the Warriors week 1 at home if they finish second, rather than playing the Storm at home week 1 if they finish first. That is the only difference at all to their path through to the finals. Oh, it's on here. Welsh, the 2 number 10s. Welsh versus Tapani. And Papali'i now getting involved. A little bit of push and shove. Making some plans for the pub after the game. Fifth and last, Storm get through another set. They're back on song here, Melbourne. Chasing the high ball, pressure on Hopewade. Hopewade takes it well and now returns it with interest, Hopewade. Canberra ball. Knights, Bulldogs coming up after this game. James Jason says you say they rest players second last game because they play the Eels. Or they play full strength against the Eels, thump them, and if they win by enough, then they've probably secured the minor premiership anyway. So they can afford to rest players and take a chance against the Cowboys in the last round. Tapped back here for the Raiders. Here's a chance. No, they're chopped down on the 5th and last. And it'll be a handover. Captain's challenge. Oh, captain's challenge here by the Raiders, claiming the ball was touched. They're looking for a 6 again here, the Raiders. Ooh. Are they onside here, the kick chasers? Six points to 2 it is at the moment in favour of the Storm. It didn't look like live Coates got anywhere near this. But let's have a look on the replay. Oh, it has it brushed his fingers. It might have just brushed Coates' hand here. Yes, it has. Bent the fingers back. And that is a fantastic captain's challenge. What a challenge by the Raiders. This is a big moment. What a challenge from the Raiders. Oh, Craig Bellamy is filthy. Absolutely filthy in the coach's box. Honestly, they need to put Craig Bellamy on YouTube. The Melbourne Storm YouTube channel should just have a constant live feed of Craig Bellamy's coach's box. That needs to be a thing. Raiders, red hot on attack now. Horsburgh to Fogarty. Fogarty steps around one. Still going Fogarty. Taken down centimetres short of the line. Whiten runs across the face of the post. Papali'i straightens. 5th and last. Raiders, they're 10 out. They stay on the left-hand side. Whiten puts the kick in. It's way too heavy. And a 7-tackle set now incoming for the Storm. What a waste. Jack Whiten, terrible kick. Ahmed, ahoy there, mate. Raiders win this game. They're going to have better end of sets than that. if they're going to win. Melbourne's defence just doing enough at the moment to repel the attacking Raids. Now they launch an attack of their own. Melbourne find themselves on tackle 3. 7 tackle set this one, remember? And they are now inside Raiders territory again. An early kick here for Munster, looking for Coates. How's the bounce? Coates taps it back in field. It's still play on here. Tonamapea fighting for the line. Can't get the ball down. The ball spills forward. And the Raiders, with a desperation goal line defence, have just saved the day here. Oh, that was frantic. Xavier, Coates, what an amazing effort, though. Ahmed asks, do you think Manly making the top 8? No, I don't think so. Kotrick tries to watch this ball over the sideline. Coates jumps around, taps it back. Play on at this point. But it is young Tonamapea. Picking the ball up. You think he's in for all money here. But it's Timoko and Rapana. Timoko and Rapana doing just enough. Oh, so close. Tonamapea, so close. Try-saving effort there from Rapana, Timoko and Kotrick combining to make sure that he doesn't get the ball down. And that is solid, frantic desperation, goal line defense for the Canberra Raiders. Rapana at fullback, I'm not liking, says James Jason. He's probably just helped his cause with that, with that joint try-saving effort, though. But he could easily have done that from the wing too, couldn't he? What have happened to that young fella, Savage? I thought Ricky was pretty high on him. Raiders. Quality goal line defense there. And it remains a 4-point ball game. And now the Storm are up early. And a little bit of a high shot. Karma Chameleon it was with the high tackle. So the Raiders are invited out of territory once more. Gula is on for Papali'i. The substitutes starting to roll out. "20 minutes to go till the break. Raiders ball. Oh, they're lined up here to the right. Good shape. Whiten just holds onto the ball. He beats Munster. Gets tackled, 10 out. The Raiders, this must be about their 20th tackle inside Storm. 10 meters line. Kotrick now. Nowhere to go. Melbourne sliding defense. Lined up out to the left. Spilling the ball now. And it's picked up by the Storm. And they're away now. Here goes Jahrome Hughes. Hughes, we know he's got some pace, but he's caught by Hopawade and brought down. Front football here for Melbourne, though. 0 tackle. Seve takes it forward. Harry Grant's on the field. What a time to inject Harry Grant when you've just made a big break upfield. And now some space down the left for Xavier Coates. He cuts back in field. Tackle one. Not wanting to risk the sideline so early in the tackle count, perhaps. Munster takes it to the line. The last time they got down here, they made them pay. Hughes to Nick Meaney, tries to get on the outside, but can't get there. Oh, and here's a high shot. That is a massively high shot by Whiten, and they get away with it. Fifth and last. Hughes kicks it straight into the breadbasket of Horsburgh, who takes a sharp catch at point. Caden Bagnall, ahoy there. You reckon this should be a close match? It's certainly shaping up to be that way at the moment, isn't it? 6 points to 2. Looking like a low-scoring game. With 18 minutes to go till the halftime break. Both teams, desperate defence on their goal line. That is the plan, Caden. Knights, Bulldogs coming up after this. It's been a massive weekend. I've done all the games so far. I'm going to try and do them all. But I'm very, very close to running on empty. There's a reason why on the TV they use different commentary teams across the different matches. It's very hard to do them all. Now here's Harry Grant. Keep an eye on him. He's part of James Jason's multi. Grant, Coates, and Storm 1 to 12. Nice little kick in behind the line by Jahrome Hughes. And the chase is fantastic from Nick Meaney. And the Raiders are pegged down here. A metre out from their own line. Melbourne, got to be careful. I'm still so torn. This next game, Knights Bulldogs, I'm so torn. If Melbourne win this one, and I'm sitting on a perfect round, I don't know if I'm going to have the balls enough to change my tips back to the Bulldogs. I think I have to play it safe at the moment. Otherwise, I would lose ground with the top 10. Everyone else in the top 10, I would lose ground with. Or I'm potentially going to be one of the only people in the top 10 going for the Bulldogs. So it could turn out to be a masterstroke. I just don't know what to do. I'm so torn. But I don't think the Knights are going as well as people think they are. And the Bulldogs have got some key players back in, haven't they? Like Kickow being back is just been massive to them. And a couple of other players there. A couple of missing pieces for the Bulldogs. I'm so torn. And another little scrappy play here for the Melbourne Storm. Very, very unstorm-like in many aspects of this performance thus far. Whiten tries to step through. Mr. Edstead says, looking at your picks, you would cheer the Bulldogs. There's a forward pass out to Hopewade, and it is actually called. The crackdown on the forward passes continues this weekend. The referees are onto the forward passes this weekend, aren't they? As we've seen all weekend, they're even calling some of the ones that aren't forward. "13 minutes, 50 seconds to go till the halftime break. Melbourne win the scrum. Well, of course they do. Scrums aren't really a contest in rugby league. Melbourne released the ball from the scrum, I should say. And they're up over halfway on tackle 2. Looking for more points before the break. Knights Bulldogs coming up after this one. Oh, I don't know what to do in that Knights Bulldogs game. I'm so torn. 6 again. Melbourne. Now, these are the big moments. Approaching the last 10 minutes of the half. Munster, dummies, skips through a couple of tackles. They're 10 out from the line here. Melbourne, slow play the ball. Here's Big Nelson. Nelson gets the offload. Harry Grant to Hughes. Fires it over the top. It bounces kindly for Seve, and Seve reaches out and scores. Melbourne. They've been a shambles for large parts of this game, and even that wasn't as fluent as you would normally expect from the Melbourne Storm, but it pays off. The bounce of the ball goes their way. Nelson starts this off with the offload. Grant to Hughes. Hughes, the big loopy Harbour Bridge pass over the top. A kind bounce for Seve, and Seve is able to crash over between 2 or 3 defenders there. 10 points to 2. Kick to come. Melbourne now. They're behind in pretty much every facet of the game, except for the scoreboard, where it counts. That is a very telling picture of Hudson Young down on his haunches after that play. Just wondering exactly what they have to do here, Canberra. Because at the moment, the Storm just have all the answers. Caden Bagnall, Bronson Sherry has indeed signed for the Bulldogs. Conversion from out to the right. Nick Meaney hits the near upright and it bounces away. And it stays 10 points to 2. Oh, boy. Melbourne, they just held on. And they've done just enough to have a comfortable-ish lead. J. Joe says they're hardly hanging in top 8 now. Raiders' next 10 minutes could seal their season. Raiders are still a chance of the top 8 if they're hanging around and they're only a couple of points out, because they're going to beat the Sharks in the last round. They're definitely going to beat the Sharkies in the last round. We know that much. And now Horsburgh gives away a penalty. Melbourne, they could be in for some more points here before the halftime break. It's weird seeing soccer lines on the field. Oh, he's lost the ball here. Melbourne have lost the ball on tackle 1. Young Tonamapea. They're thinking of a challenge, and they're going to use the challenge. Geez, at 10, he's just lost this cold, I believe. At 10 points to 8, going into half-time. This is potentially a huge moment. There's no stripping motion there. He's just removing his arm. I don't think Timoko's played at this. Will, ahoy there, mate. And they have just thrown their challenge away here, Melbourne. And then hopefully, Will, the Broncos can take whatever's left of the Raiders' smashed and destroyed soul, so that maybe the Sharks beat the Raiders for the first time in 10 goes in the last round and seal their final spot. That'd be nice. We haven't beaten Ricky's Green Goblins in the last 9 attempts. I mean, the definition of a bogey team. The very, very perfect example of a bogey team. Haven't beaten them in the last 9 goes. Crazy. Quick play the ball here for the Raiders. Game in with Braden. Ahoy. Inside the last 9 minutes before halftime, Hudson Young taking it up. The Raiders, you do get the feeling they've had such a sheer weight of possession and territory to be behind by 8 points on the scoreboard. You do get the feeling it really would just be confidence zapping if they don't get points before the break. Now the kick from Fogarty is too deep. And Jahrome Hughes runs it out, taps, goes. He's got support from Munster. It is a 7-tackle set once again for Melbourne. And we know what happened last time. They got a 7-tackle set. They marched upfield and they got points on the back of it. More points here would be so destructive, to say the least. Up over halfway they go on tackle 3. Melbourne, 40 out. Looking a lot better here. Munster dummies out the back but goes short to Big Nelson. And Nelson stands in the 3-man tackle. What a big, big unit he is. My God. You would not want that running at you, would you? Now support on the outside for Remus Smith to slide over and score. Remus Smith, he was not held. He's able to get up and go again. Welcome back, Remus Smith. Try time, Melbourne. That is potentially the game. I mean, there's still 40 minutes to go, but I say potentially the game because it must just be so demoralizing. The Raiders have just been largely dominant, but they've got absolutely nothing to show for it. What a try for Melbourne. Well on top here now on the scoreboard. But again, Canberra just ever so slightly ahead in some of the key statistical areas. But only 2 points to show for all their efforts. Oh, we could have a little bit of a problem here for Rapana. Jordan Rapana has flung his leg out here at Remus Smith and tried to trip him over. I actually, in all honesty, I thought that was Remus Smith's try celebration. I thought he was doing the Snoopy dance or something. But no, he was shaking his head and blowing up about the attempted trip. I really thought that was his try celebration. There you go. Gamer Mel, welcome back. As Nick Meaney moves in, strikes the ball well this time. He compensates correctly for hitting the upright last time. And 16 points to 2 it is in favor of the home team. Geez, if Remus Smith does not get up and dive over the line and still score that try, that would have been a very interesting call. I'm thinking penalty try and Rapana's in the sin bin. Five and a half minutes to go till the break. Melbourne now dominating this game on the scoreboard. Starting to even up the possession and territory as well. Canberra just didn't do enough damage when they had all the ascendancy in this game. Only the 2 points to show for it. 16-2. I wonder who's gone for who in the Wasted Water Sports tipping contest. All these tries, James Jason, isn't it painful? Isn't it just the most painful thing, mate? All these tries, and you just think all these try scorers and not one of my guys? Really? Fifth and last, the kick chase is great on Rapana. He's under pressure at the back. But they hold on once again here. The Raiders just clinging on. Melbourne have really just stepped it up to a place where Canberra just can't go at the moment. They can't seem to find a way to get there and join them. And, oh! The current leader, Faraz Alam, in the Wasted Water Sports tipping contest. Not only did Faraz go for the Titans to defeat the Sharks, he's also gone for the Raiders to beat the Storm. We will potentially have a new leader in the Wasted Water Sports tipping contest after this weekend. Old mate who I was joking around about kicking out because he was doing so well. So he just left. He's fallen all the way down to 21 now. Geez, quite a few people have gone for the Raiders. I wonder if those are automated tips. Anyway, looking threatening here again, Melbourne. The play breaks down on the left-hand side, so Munster turns it back right. And Eisenhuth just takes tackle 5. They stay on the blind side. Hughes steps, gets it back to Grant. Grant plants, puts the kick in. Over the top. Remus Smith taps it back. And Seve will be tackled, but the tackle count restarts. 6 again. Oh, they could pile on more misery here, the Storm. Munster. Tiliero just settles it down. It was a bit concerned about a potential obstruction there, I think. Liero, he just stopped. Munster to Tonomapea. They're 5 out here, Melbourne. Plenty of tackles up their sleeve. Grant from dummy half. 6 again. He caught the markers not square. Races back to the 10-metre line to play it. This is huge. This could be, as Will said, season-defining. This next couple of minutes, season-defining for the Raiders. I dare say they're not coming back from 22 points to 2 down at halftime. A huge couple of minutes here. Grant, quick play the ball. Hughes, they've got numbers to burn. The Storm, they must score. And they do. And who has scored it? Katoa slides over. Oh, it's a demolition job here in Melbourne. They were slow to get going, but now that they have, they are on absolute fire here, Melbourne. They're just letting us know Hey, you're talking about premiership contenders? When we put it together, this is what we can do. Don't forget about us. 20 points to 2, kick to come. And that is a massive, massive try right before halftime. To our HA Daz, great game. Have the Storm been good in this first half? What's your opinion? They were very, very slow and sloppy out of the blocks. But in the past sort of 15 or so minutes, things have started to come together for the Storm. They've really started to click into gear, and they've gone up. They've just lifted their game a couple of paces that Canberra have not been able to go with them. They haven't been able to match them at all. It was all Canberra at the start, and it was very sloppy from Melbourne. A lot of uncharacteristic mistakes in the first 15 minutes of the game. And you thought, they could be in for a little bit of a rough day at the office once again. Have Canberra got Melbourne's number once again? But then the Storm, they just went, you know what? Bollocks to this. Boom, boom, boom. They just started hammering away, getting into their work. Going back to basics, I think, has done well for them. They've just gone, cleaned up the basics, got through their sets, got themselves into the game. And the last 15 minutes, they have just been unstoppable. 20 points to 2. The conversion has missed once again from Nick Meaney. I would actually give somebody else a go at the kicking around about now. Nick Meaney has put in a couple of shockers so far today. And this will be the last play before the halftime break. Munster runs it to the line. Dummies, gets his arms free, Munster. Tonapapea's got space. And he's taken down by the cover defence. 20 points to 2 at the halftime break. Melbourne, after a slow start, have turned this into a very dominant first 40 minutes. And as I said, they are just saying to the rest of the premiership contenders, don't you dare. Don't you dare. For 1 second, forget about us. We're still here. $20 points to 2 here. Melbourne at home. Coming up after this game, of course, Newcastle Knights, Canterbury Bulldogs. I'm still on the fence. I have never been so 50-50 about a game all season long. This is such a huge call. I will likely be sitting on a perfect round. I'm likely sitting on a perfect round. Do I play it safe and go with the home team, the Knights? Or do I take a little bit of a gamble? I went for the gamble on the Bulldogs the other week and it paid off. But surely Newcastle are not as good as this 5 or 6, however many games it's been now that they've won on the trot. Surely they're due for a loss. I don't think Newcastle are that good. Bulldogs with some players coming back. Let me have a look at the team list. Let me try and talk myself into this one some more. So Hayes Perham's in. Luke Thompson's in. We know that Kikau was back in a couple of weeks ago. Pangai Jr., Preston. All right, well, let's look at it this way. So the forwards determine who wins the game. The backs determined by how many. So let's see. Saifidi versus Max King. Advantage Newcastle. 1-0 Newcastle. Phoenix, Crossland, Reed, Marnie. Geez, it's almost a stalemate, if not current form. Slightly in favour of Crossland. Leo Thompson, Tavita Pangai Jr. Okay, that's one for the Bulldogs. Tyson Frizzell, Viliami Kikau. That's another potential stalemate, I suppose. Maybe you give the edge slightly to Kikau there. Lachlan Fitzgibbon versus Jacob Preston. Adam Elliott versus Harrison Edwards. It's going to be a bloody close game. But in the backs, it's a little bit more unbalanced. Kalen Ponga versus Jake Avarillo. Dominic Young versus Blake Wilson. Dane Gagai versus Jacob Carraz. Anari Tuala versus Braden Burns. Greg Marju versus Josh Adokar. Tyson Gamble versus Matt Burton. Jackson Hastings versus Toby Sexton. Oh, I still can't separate these two teams. And what I've done is I've created a situation for myself where I almost can't win either way. Because if I change my tip back now, if I talk myself into switching to the Bulldogs and the Knights win, I'll be kicking myself. Whereas if I play it safe and I don't switch to the Bulldogs and the Bulldogs get up, then I'll be kicking myself. It could be a masterstroke. Going the Bulldogs and winning the perfect round, and everybody else in the top 10 goes the Knights. Oh, I've got 40 minutes to make up my mind. I've got about 40 minutes to decide. I don't even need to do a real bet for this one because the tipping is the bet in of itself, isn't it? Oh, I'm so torn. This has been tearing me apart for the last 48 hours. I've changed back and forth so many times. All right, Waste World of Sports. I'm going to have myself a very quick break for half time. Be back for the second half of this game, and of course, probably the big one today. It's very rapidly becoming just a massive, massive moment in the weekend. Knights, Bulldogs, perfect round is on the line. No matter which way I go, it's looking like a perfect round is going to be on the line. So we'll see. Coming back after this break. All right, Waste to World of Sports, welcome back. Halftime here, 20 points to 2 in favour of the home team. Melbourne, very slow start, very, very scrappy to begin with. They didn't complete their first 2 sets of the football. As a matter of fact, it took them probably, I reckon it was about 8 minutes into the game, at least, before they actually had their first full set of 6. It's not very often that you see teams completely dominate the flow of possession and territory against the Storm to that extent. But they just held on. They held on. The Raiders took the 2. They took the 2. Hang on, where's my goalposts? There's my goalposts. They took the 2. And maybe, just maybe, on reflection, they for once shouldn't have listened to me. Because ever since then, Melbourne just slowly but surely got themselves back into the contest, and they are well on top now. 20 points to 2 at the break. 3 converted tries ahead. Raiders coming back out onto the field now for the second half. We've got a serious decision to make. James Jason. Usually, what happens, more often than not, I don't change, and the team wins. And then I get to Wednesday night, and I'm catching up with Dad, and I say, you know, I actually did think that. I almost changed my tip. I've said that a lot this year. So at the moment, I'm leaning towards changing. Because usually when I'm this torn, it generally works out. I was exactly the same the other week. James, you and I were about the only 2 people in the entire competition who picked the Bulldogs. Who was that? Was that the Dolphins game the other week? Or a couple of weeks ago, whenever it was? It might have been the Dolphins game. We were like the only 2 people towards the top of the list that actually went for the Bulldogs. And that was another one. I was so on the fence with it, and I eventually switched. And I'm always saying I should trust my gut a bit more. And there's a lot of it to trust. There's a lot of this bastard to trust. So we'll see. I've got 40 minutes to decide for certain, don't I? As the Raiders, they get us back underway for the second half. Holding on to an 18 points lead. Should they come away with the first points here, Melbourne, that would pretty much be game, set, and match. I mean, I think they're well on top anyway. It's hard to see a way back for the Raiders, but part of the way back, definitely, no questions asked, must be the first team to score. Now, you would think. This is a fabulous set right after the break, though, from Melbourne. They have just marched up over halfway. Fifth and last, Hughes puts it high. A wall of Storm defense is up there to greet Rapana. And that was a solid beginning to the second half here for Melbourne. Just consolidating their lead. The live ladder at the moment has the Storm moving up to 32 points and staying firm at fourth spot. And the Raiders will fall. They'll either fall behind the Sharks. No, they would stay behind the Sharks. Sharks would already be ahead of them on for and against. So they'll stay behind the Sharks in sixth spot. And with games coming up against the Broncos and the Sharks, they may be going into the last round against the Sharkies. They're hanging on to the top 8 by a thread, the Raiders. And they're for and against. I don't think can take too much more of a pummeling. Or they'll be in some big trouble. Anyway, they get through their first set of the second stanza, and Melbourne have the ball back now. Meany change of direction. Almost found some space on the outside. Quick play of the ball. Grant feeds it to Munster. Munster to Tonomapea. Tackle 4. They're 40 out from Raiders line. Looking threatening now every time they run at the Storm. Hughes. They just shuffle it along the back line, and Seve makes another 15 metres. Fifth and last now, Hughes. Midfield, 30 out, puts it high. Rapana moving forward. It's tapped back, though, by the Storm. Hughes gets the second kick away. But there's no threat there. The Raiders come away with it. Craig Bellamy and Ricky Stuart in split screen in the coach's box. What a couple of misery guts. Oh, and we've got a mistake here. Kotrick has dropped the ball in the play. The ball, he's bumped it off his own knee. His own knee has knocked the ball loose. And Melbourne have earned themselves a full set of 6 now in attacking range. And they could really go a long way to just completely obliterating this game now. Coates feeds the scrum. Munster out the back to Hughes. Hughes to Meany. Meany gets on the outside. Dummies. Goes on his own. He's caught 5 out from the line on this right-hand edge. Slow play the ball. It'll be 6 again for that ruck infringement. They go all the way out to the left now. Munster. Dummies. Cuts back in field and holds onto the ball himself. Munster. More slow play the balls here. The Raiders lucky to not give away another 6 again. Settling it down in front of the post now. Grant, the crash ball to Nelson. Nelson spills it out the front. And the Raiders hold on there. Oh, Bellamy will be furious about that one. And I dare say Big Nelson won't be too happy with himself either. Wow. That is the most epic milk of all time. by Elliot Whitehead. The referee fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. That is the biggest milk of all time, and that is the single worst penalty decision that I've ever seen go against a team in the history of the sport. Elliot Whitehead, Milky McGee, and the referee. Geez, what a gullible goof. Hometown music, Vincent Spears, ahoy mate. How are you doing? Now the Raiders, they must be the first team to score in the second half, just to stay ever so slightly in touch here. Fogarty calls Horsburgh back on the inside. They're wise to it though. Big Nelson's there to shut him down. Fifth and last Raiders, Fogarty to Whiten. Whiten puts the grubber kick in. Meany is perfectly positioned at the back. Cleans up that loose ball. And Melbourne, they don't have to do anything ridiculous. They just need to control the ebb and flow of this game now. Viking King, ahoy there, mate. Honestly, I don't know why I support the Raiders. It was looking good for the first 15 or so minutes, wasn't it, Viking King? They just couldn't get any points on the back of all their territory in possession. Fifth and last Storm, just inside Raiders territory. Hughes puts it high. Pressure on Rapiner at the back. He does well. Holds it. Oh, he passes it off to nobody. It bounces kindly for Hopewade. And the Raiders, oh, that finger. Oh, the finger is hovering over the self-destruct button. And now they've gone and firmly planted it. The offload is intercepted. And now 72 on one out to the left, the Storm. But somehow they've ballsed it up. Maybe Tonomapea for the line. Oh, they had about a 50 on one overlap. I don't know how they didn't score there. It's still on though. Hughes now going back to the short side. Geez, they made a mess of that, the Storm. Munster, Nelson, short ball. And lost forward. The short ball from Nelson to King. It comes away for Melbourne. They've got 6 again. I thought for sure that was forward from Melbourne. 0 tackle, though. Tackles up their sleeve. Munster stepping one way, stepping back the other. Grant from dummy half. Short ball. This time they will score. Harry Grant with the try assist, but that's not what we want, is it, James Jason? We want Harry Grant to get the try. But a try assist for Harry Grant nonetheless. And Melbourne go even further ahead. Jordan Rapana with 2 of the worst offloads you'll ever hope to see in your life. You would think that he would pull his head in when he got away with the first one. But then he went and tried it again. Immediately in the next play. Just gifting Melbourne. 24 points to 2, kick to come. Jordan Rapana has well and truly played himself out of ever being asked to play fullback again. That's for sure. Nick Meany only kicking at 50% today. The scoreline could have been a little bit more. Strikes this one a lot better, and it's right down the middle. 26 points to 2. Dominant. Forget about the first 15 minutes, and this has just been utter domination from the Storm. 26 points to 2. Coming up after this, of course, Knights versus the Bulldogs. I'm still on the fence. Do I dare go for the Bulldogs? They came through for me last time, but they've also let me down a couple of times as well, the Doggies. This could be season defining. I suppose I'm not going to win back-to-back Wasted World of Sports tipping contests by playing it safe. I'm not going to make up any ground on those ahead of me by playing it safe. I think I've just talked myself into it. I'm not going to make up any ground on those ahead of me by playing it safe. This could be season defining. And if I'm going to go down, I may as well go down by trying something. All right, I've talked myself into it. I'm going to do it now before I forget. Let's go. All in on the Bulldogs. Fifth and last, Melbourne win the kick. They almost had another one there, the Storm. Second half possession, 66% to Melbourne. Just controlling the flow of this game now. 8 tackles in the opposition 20 to 1 by the Raiders. It is a complete reversal of the first half, but Melbourne are actually getting points to back up the territory. Tapped back by Melbourne, and they will have a full set of 6 inside Raiders territory again off the turnover. Oh, it's a shambles from the Raiders. It's just all falling to pieces. A kick on tackle 2 from Munster. There's no one at the back. Meaney gets in front of Fogarty. Fogarty just gets booed to the ball. That was so close. Oh, Nick Meaney was winning the race. Fogarty just got the leg out in the nick of time. Great vision by Cameron Munster. And this is actually going to be Canberra ball. It's off Meaney. It's off Meaney, and it's going to be Raiders ball. Great vision, though, by Munster. Rapana was nowhere to be found at the back. And if he hadn't done so already, I dare say that Rapana has just once again ensured that he will never get asked to play fullback again. Poor guy. He really hasn't had a good day out, has he, Jordan Rapana? While you're at it, just chuck 100 on the Doggies to win. I don't think I have that much faith in them, but geez, that'd be nice. What are they? Because what are they paying? Like $3 or something? Yeah, $3 is not worth a $100 bet, in all honesty. Six again here for the Raiders. Look, there is time enough, but let's face it, they haven't been good enough today. They just need to get one try first. Papali'i is looking to do just that. The crash ball. The passing is just not crisp. The passing is in behind the men. Hudson Young kicks for himself and falls over, and that put an end to that. Jeez. Hudson Young, what was he thinking there? And if you're going to kick for yourself, you've got to at least make sure that you stay standing and chase the ball, don't you? He's kicked it and then fallen over. But that play was never on. And that just sums it all up for the Raiders. It really does. Melbourne, 25 minutes. Still such a long way to go in this game. Now straight through the middle goes Nick Meaney. Support from Harry Grant. Here goes Grant for his try. Harry Grant has scored. All right, James Jason, there you go. Now you need Xavier Coates and then a very, very big late comeback from the Raiders. Xavier Coates to score one last try for the Storm, and then a late rally from the Raiders to pinch a few at the end. Bobsy says, I'd say it's game over, but the Raiders took the 2. It was a good decision because it'd be pretty embarrassing to leave Melbourne with donuts. At least they ensured that they would get on the scoreboard. Poor Jordan Rapana is just getting torn to shreds at the back there. He was on a hiding to nothing, to be fair, although I'm pretty sure that Rapana's played fullback before. I don't think the position is completely new to him, but he has certainly been found out. I think it really depends, Bobsy, because they took the 2 to go 2 points to 0 ahead. It's not like they were already 30 points behind with full time about to hit, so they decided to take the 2 just so that they weren't stuck on 0. I'd rather take the 0 if that were the case. With the benefit of hindsight, it obviously didn't work out for them, but yeah, certainly at the time, the decision to take the 2 was the right one. Bit hard to say that now that Melbourne have piled on 32 unanswered points since then. And they just slowly but surely worked themselves back into this game, Melbourne, or into this game. And they've never looked back. And I would have to say this well and truly makes Brisbane firm favourites for their next game against the Raiders. Harry Grant scampers out of dummy half again. Hughes, short ball with a great angle there. Katoa. Oh, they're threatening again. 5th and last. They've gone 64 metres upfield to be within striking distance again. Munster, the crossfield kick for Xavier Coates. Coates nearly gets it. And it falls back for the Raiders. Oh, that would have been interesting if Coates scored there. 36 points to 2. It would have been on. We could have cheered on Canberra for, what, 3 or 4 late tries to try and reduce that margin. And what was your second one, James? You had a second one too, didn't you? That was a little bit more favourable to Melbourne than the 1 to 12, wasn't it? 13. Melbourne, did you go Melbourne 13 plus? Oh, Nelson and Munster and 13. Okay. So that hasn't really come to fruition either, apart from the 13 plus one. Well, there's 22 minutes. I think Melbourne are going to pile on a few more tries before this is over. They're going to have to go the length of the field to do it, though, as Coates takes it on play 1. A metre out from his own line. They are indeed going to have to go all the way upfield. Melbourne. We thought that this was... Once again, we thought this was going to be a cracking contest. Why does this always happen? The games that we think are going to be close, hard-fought matches turn into blowouts every single time. And the unexpected ones are the ones that have been the blockbusters. It really has been a bizarre year in that respect. 21 minutes to go, though. 30 points the difference. Canberra have the ball. There is absolutely no way back here for the Green Goblins. And now another loose play. Losing the ball. And it'll be a turnover on halfway. Oh dear. Where to now for the Raiders? Now, they obviously were not favourites for this game. But I think it's safe to assume that most people would have probably agreed they would have put up a bit more of an effort than this. I mean, this has turned into an absolute tonking. And there's still time to go. That is the disturbing thing right now. Plenty of time left for the Storm to pile on more misery. They might even be thinking 50. 50 seems a long way off. But another couple of tries, and suddenly it opens up late. The floodgates open. Grant catches them napping around the markers again. And here's another one for the Storm. Can he get it down? No. Katoa looking for a double. He's claiming it, but I think he's telling fibs. I think he's telling porkies. How many people tipped the Raiders in the Waste of Water Sports tipping contest? I can tell you that the current leader, Faraz Alam, went for the Raiders. The tipper in number 11, Daniel Cook, he went for the Raiders. Arnie, old mate Arnie, the old runaway leader before I joked about kicking him out and then he left on his own. Craig Arnold, he's been automatically given the Raiders. So really not a lot of people. Not a lot of people in the top list anyway, the top 20. Immortal Wolf 21, ahoy mate. The next game's the one I'm curious about though. Knights, Bulldogs. Who else has had the courage to go for the Dogs? And can they actually put a performance together? Time will tell. Penalty here to the Raiders, and on the back of it, they go upfield and find themselves tackle one, 40 out from the Storm line. Oh, Harry Grant and Hudson Young are about to get into it here. Fogarty to Whiten. Whiten is shut down. Great tackle there from Tonamapea. They stay on the short side. No, they cut back to open. Nowhere to go for Mariota, though. Short ball to Papali'i. Breaks through the first tackle. Looking for support. No one was going with him. Fifth and last now. Whiten's on the left. Puts a grubber kick in. And now he's offside there, Hudson Young. Hudson Young is having a little bit of a shocker. I mean, instinct. Just basic human instinct to reach out and play at that ball. But he was a mile offside. And it's hard to resist those urges. Penalty, Melbourne. Hudson Young caught offside, and just little moments like that really sum up what we've seen overall from the Raiders today. Apart from that first 15 minutes, the first 15 minutes, it looked very promising for the Raiders. They were well on top in every aspect of the game, but they only managed the 2 points to show for it. And then once Melbourne clicked into gear, they were just unable to go with them at all. Hughes on the short side, puts the kick in over the top. Where's Rapana? Rapana nowhere to be found at the back again. And Hopawade just wins the race to the ball. Oh, on the fifth and last, your fullback needs to be back, covering off the kick. And Rapana has been caught horribly out of position again. Hughes and Munster just terrorising Rapana. The goal line drop out now. They'll go short, surely. It's well placed. They can put a challenge in. James Jason says just meal prepping for the week right now. I think the Raiders need to do the same. The Raiders probably, on the back of this performance, in all honesty, they might need to start preparing for an early off-season. Because with a performance like this, even if they sneak into the 8, I dare say they're not going to do too much damage. Seb Kris is obviously a big out because that just messes with the entire back line. So I understand that, but still, terrible performance. Here's Katoa again, charging forward. He's nearly there. Katoa, tackle for Munster. Dummies, goes on his own Munster and scores. Oh, Cameron Munster. Easy as you like. He's not a big man, Cameron Munster, but somehow he's obviously a stronger bugger than he looks. Because he just strong-armed the defense there and cruised over the line. He has just bumped off Tapani with ease. Iron Mike, ahoy there. Glad you tipped Melbourne. You and me both. All right, 14 minutes, 20 seconds for Big Nelson to score a try. Al, ahoy there, mate. Welcome back. Nick Meaney from right in front to make it 38 points to 2. Very simple conversion here. Slaps that one over. One-way traffic to say the least here. 14 minutes to go. James Jason. 14 minutes. Can Big Nelson score a try? Do you need the conversion as well? What was your overall points? Over 43. Okay, yeah, you don't need the conversion. Nice. Just need Nelson over. They've gone for the short kickoff, but again, it has not worked out. Melbourne secure possession. Nick Meaney, he was up there waiting for that one. 13 and a half minutes to go. And Melbourne, they just need a try for Nelson Asafa Solomona. And if that happens, James Jason Bourne in the chat room is going to go absolutely bonkers. Iron Mike says, congratulations on the win, everyone who tipped Melbourne Storm. Fifth and last, Munster shapes to kick, runs at Munster. They go to the line. And Seve, a little bit anticlimactic there. Seve just falls over. Didn't realise it was the fifth tackle, apparently, because he got up and played the ball. Vobsy asks, who is the away team? The Raiders. Papali'i with the head up. 12 minutes to go. Iron Mike, yes indeed, coming up right after this. Knights, Bulldogs. I'm sitting on a perfect round at the moment, and I have put everything, my whole tipping season, I have placed in the hands of the Bulldogs in the next game against the Knights. I think the Knights' winning streak is very much overdue probably, to come to an end. The Bulldogs are a much better team than some of the performance they've put out dictates. My entire season is resting in the hands of the Bulldogs in the next game. So it's going to be frantic. And I can't wait. It's made for a very intriguing afternoon. Here on your Sunday ticket at the Wasted World of Sports. $11 minutes for the Melbourne Storm. The worst thing I suppose that could happen here for James Jason is if they just shut up shop here, Melbourne. Forward pass is called. Christian Welsh, the forward pass. The crackdown on the forward passes continues this weekend. Well, we saw the Broncos score a try off a pass or two that were more forward than that the other night, so the forward pass crackdown obviously only applies to everybody but the Broncos, which is interesting. Bobsy says Ponga will score a last-minute try and Knights win by 2. And then, I don't need any more reasons to dislike Kalen Ponga. A Queenslander who generally stinks the joint out at club level, but lifts for State of Origin games and breaks New South Wales hearts. Also, he's a little bit of a prick when it comes to my teams and my situations. More than once. More than once he's scored late to steal games away from the Sharks. So I actually wouldn't put it past him to be the villain this afternoon, Vobsy. I really wouldn't. He's done it to me plenty of times before. Oh, well, hopefully he'll break his leg in the first minute or something. Then that never has a chance to eventuate. Oh, Nelson drives on the loose ball. Can you imagine if Big Nelson was making a breakaway run upfield? Here we go, 9.5. Oh, that's actually terrible. I should not wish for anybody to break a leg. A penalty, and Jordan Rapana's great day out continues. He has been sent to the sin bin. Jordan Rapana, a day to forget for poor Jordan. And now to cap it off, he's got a sin bin to go with it. Same as Reece Walsh. Oh, 100% Vopsy. I cannot stand him. Eight and a half minutes to go. Rapana walks down the sheds for an early shower. Melbourne keep it alive. Grant runs across the face of the post. Nelson's out here. Nelson's out here, James. Do they go right? Nelson's 2 out from the ruck. They do go right. Hughes cuts out Nelson on the crash ball, and they go wide. They get 6 again. A penalty. There's going to be another one in the bin here. Surely there's another one in the bin here for the Raiders. Stanley Alapella. Can Storms get it down to 51 plus? No. There's only 8 minutes to go. It'd be extremely unlikely. Seven and a half to go. Oh, I thought it was on for a second before there. James Jason Nelson was lurking 2 out from the ruck. Hughes. Out wide they go again. Using Nelson as a dummy runner close to the line. I don't think he's going to get the ball. They run the opposite side of the field. Munster is rushed by Fogarty, and he is sacked at the back. Tackle 4. Backpedaling here, Melbourne. 7 minutes to go. Hughes puts the kick through. It comes back for Harry Grant. Grant's got support. It's 6 again. They keep it alive. The arrow back to Meaney. Meaney beats 1, beats 2. Back to Liero again. And he's wrapped up a metre short of the line. Melbourne, they want more points. It's slow play the ball. They've got to bring it right. Here they go. Munster to Welsh. Hughes to Nelson. Seve scoops up the loose ball and it's called forward. The forward pass crackdown continues. Nelson can't believe it. Oh, they are overcompensating on these forward pass calls this week. It's ridiculous. The overcompensation on these forward pass rulings has just gone insane. Nelson can't believe it. He's like, what? Forward? How is that forward? Mitchell Moses is likely out for the rest of the season, Vobsy, yes. With a fractured cheek. Fractured cheekbone. That is pretty much season done. Yeah, if anybody already wasn't leaning towards the Roosters, that's a pretty big out. Oh, they've created some space here, the Raiders. For the first time I can remember in the game, they've made a clean break down the edge. And it's on now. Hudson Young tries to flick it out the back and it falls for the Storm. Once again, just summing up the night for the Raiders there. Just not coming together, forcing the passes. Oh, and straight through goes Seve. He's got support from Nick Meaney, and Nick Meaney will score under the post. Crack a smile, Craig, at least. They bring up the 40. Melbourne have put in a performance and a half here today. The big teams are starting to really step up and show their wares as we rapidly approach finals time. It is still the Panthers and daylight, but Melbourne have certainly thrown a hand up and said, don't forget about us. We're still capable. keeping my early season prediction of a Panthers Storm grand final well and truly alive and well. Coming up, Knights, Bulldogs. Oh, wow, the Bulldogs are just such huge outsiders. It is such a massive, massive core. Conversion successful. 3.5 minutes here for Melbourne. Do they chase down the 50? Or are they happy enough with 42 points difference? All the games next week look predictable, so that probably means a lot of upsets. Yeah, what have we got coming up next week? Cowboys, Sharks. Well, that could honestly go either way. Based on current, recent, past fortnight or so form, you would say the Sharks would be favourite for that game, but I wouldn't put it past the Sharks to lose in Townsville. So I think that one could probably go either way. Should be a good game, that one. So I've immediately put the jinx on that. That'll be an absolute one-way traffic shocker. Warriors, Manly over in Auckland. Yep, Warriors should win that. Although the Warriors were kind of terrible this week. Eels, Roosters with Moses out. Tigers, Dolphins. Tigers could spring an upset there. They went all right this week for large parts of the game. Titans, Panthers. Wow. Maybe break out the record books for that one. Dragon, Storm. Maybe break out the record books for that one too. Knights, Rabbitohs. That could actually be the stinker of the round. The way that the Rabbitohs have been going. And if the Knights get done today, they might just fall over as well. That might be a real dead set shocker, that game. A bludger of a game, as they say. And the Raiders versus the Bulldogs. And what we've seen from the Raiders... What we've seen from the Raiders here tonight, and depending on what the Bulldogs dish up, and with 1.5 minutes to go, Temako has been sent to the sin bin for a high shot, so the Raiders are down to 11. Raiders are down to 11 for the rest of the game. The rest of the game is only 1.5 minutes. But you would say that 13 on 11, the Storm are a good chance of a try to finish this game. Are they going to give it to Big Nelson? Are we going to get an Oliver moment for James Jason in the chat room? They go out to the left. As far away from Nelson as you could possibly be out on that left-hand wing. But now, here we go. How far back to the right do they go? They don't. Young Tonamapea with the white line fever tries to do it all on his own. Nelson to score and Melbourne to get the 50. Let's see. Munster to Grant. Out the back to Hughes. Nelson's on the inside. They go outside to Meaney. Meaney's taken high. Cuts back in field. Back to Hughes. Jahrome Hughes goes on his own. Just cut down short. They go away from Nelson. Oh, and they've got them absolutely torn to shreds out on the left. Tonuapea goes on his own and scores his try. The conversion will be for 50. And Nelson misses out. He was lurking around the ruck, waiting for the ball, but they went the opposite way every single time. Ten seconds to go. A conversion from Nick Meaney would bring up the 50 for the Storm. And it's been an absolute smashing here, hasn't it? Whoa. Coming up next, it's turned into such a massive, massive game. I could have played it safe and tipped Newcastle. I'm sitting on a perfect round. Play it safe, go for the short-priced favourite. But I'm not going to make up any ground at all on those above me. With only a few rounds to play, I need a perfect round, so I may as well go down swinging. If I'm going to go down, I may as well go down with a very big swing. 48 points to 2. It remains Melbourne. What an absolute demolition job here on the Canberra Raiders. Last year, I would have loved to have seen it. This year, I don't have as much hatred towards the Raiders as I did last season. $48 points to 2. Very dominant display. All right, Wasted Water Sports. We've got approximately 10 minutes until kickoff in the next game. Knights, Bulldogs coming up. Big game. I'll get everything set up, all the scoreboards and whatnot. And we'll be right back. Wasted Water Sports. out as he makes a break upfield. Stepping back. Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Cameron Munster's now putting his balls in Nick Meaney's face.
I have no idea what the waste of water sports is.
Okay. All right. I might have just changed my tip about 3 or 4 different times in the space of the past 5 or 7 minutes. That's why I kept resetting the timer. I was investigating. I was digging a little bit deeper into the Bulldogs' chances this afternoon. Grabbed some other opinions. Dug a little deeper into the team sheets. Oh, damned either way, I feel like. Should be a good game, though. Knights, Bulldogs. But ultimately, I've decided that the perfect round, should the perfect round get up, isn't really offering me anything. A perfect round doesn't get me any distance caught on those above me. So I've decided to, as nerve-wracking as it is, take the gamble, go for the upset. The perfect round does absolutely nothing for me if everybody else gets it as well. So I'm going for the upset. I'm throwing my entire season on the line. It's all or nothing. I could have played it safe and then tried to attack back in the coming weeks. I've gone for a margin of 4. I've picked the Bulldogs with that little confidence. A 4-point margin. Knights are quite deserving favourites going into this contest. But the Bulldogs are a team that are capable of springing an upset. The Knights can't keep winning. That's the other thing. The Knights are overdue, in my opinion, for a loss. I don't think that's wrong to suggest. The Knights are well and truly punching above their weight at the moment. A loss is coming. I want to be on board when it happens. I've got about 10 seconds to change my mind. Back to the Knights. No. Bugger it. It's an all or nothing pick. Let's do it, Bulldogs. Let's make it happen. They're going to spring into form. I can feel it. Hang on. Oh boy, this has made it such an intriguing game, though. Oh. There is not enough. Oh, there are not enough drinks in the world. Ponga for first try, says J-Joe. First try and only try, hopefully. Preferably no. Preferably not at all. Here we go, Knights and Bulldogs. This game has suddenly got a lot of meaning. I've created something out of nothing here for myself. I know you were kidding, James. That's why I didn't acknowledge it. Because I'm like, don't even joke about things like that, mate. But Kickow is a very obvious figure on the field. We can see him there. And we're underway. It's too late to change anything now. I've gone all in, all or nothing. Going in raw, as UFC Only Fams has suggested. I've taken a massive gamble. Let's see. Big charge here from, is that Tavita Pangai? That's a big run. And the Bulldogs are going to need more of that all day. Fifth and last. Sexton puts it high. How's the kick chase? Pressure on Marju. He does well to take it. Promising first set of 6, though, from the Bulldogs. Hopefully that's not the only promising thing they do all game. The pressure's on now. Let's see. How have the tips fallen? Oh, a lot of people have gone for Newcastle. This is it. My season is on the line here. Currently sitting in 10th spot. The perfect round was on the line. There's only one other in the top 10 that has gone for the Bulldogs. Sitting on a perfect round. It's an all or nothing risk, to say the least. I lose a little bit of ground with the rest of the top 10, or I leap up the charts. I charge towards defending my crown, because I haven't said it for a while, but does anyone remember? I won the Wasted Water Sports tipping contest last season's streams. I'm defending my title, and I'm on the very brink. All or nothing, the season on the line here. The Bulldogs have it in their hands. And they've started very enthusiastically, to say the least. Marju again under the high ball, takes it well. They've got them pinned down here, though, the Bulldogs. They're definitely up for it, the Dogs. They've started well, very solid. J-Joe, I just think the Knights are due for a loss. I think they've been punching well above their weight, and they've been doing extremely well, and they very much deserve it. But the Knights are not a team that I think keep on winning. I think they are overdue for a loss, and I want to be on board when it happens, and it could very well happen here today. The ball spills loose, and here's the first opportunity of the game for the Bulldogs. The mistake by the Knights. 0 tackle, 20 out. Marnie from dummy half goes down the short side. Karaz will cut back in field. Here's a pressure test on the Knights early. 10 out from the line on tackle 2. Marnie, another good run for Pangai Jr. They stay on the left. Sexton, short ball to Kickow. Kickow is chopped down. A great legs tackle by Gamble. They're holding firm for now, the Knights. Thompson on the 5th and last. We'll just settle it beside the post. Now what do? How's the 5th tackle options? Burns to Kickow. And oh, he spilt it. Blake Wilson spills it. But promising signs early here from the Bulldogs. Blake Lyons, ahoy. How are you doing there, mate? Blake Lyons just had to catch the pass and he scores. The Knights survive their first little bit of pressure. This game has got a grand final feel about it for me now. I have tipped myself into a corner where this game is so tense. Now the Knights have got some space on the outside. Dominic Young. Oh, what a try-saving tackle by Matt Burton. Chops him down. It had to be made, that tackle, or the Knights were away. Crossland gets quick play the ball, puts the kick in behind the line, but Averillo positions himself well. And now beats the first tackle, Averillo. They're still only 10 out from their line, though, the Bulldogs. Advantage Knights. Kick out Young and Bulldogs 1-12, says James Jason. Oh, I didn't get a chance to put a... I did not get a chance to put a multi on. Oh no, now the forced offload. The Knights have come away with it. And the Bulldogs have now just gifted the Knights possession. The Bulldogs couldn't take advantage. Can the Knights? Big hit there from Kickow. They have to hold firm here, the Bulldogs. Crossland to Gamble. Flat pass, to say the least. The crackdown on the forward passes is over this afternoon, it seems. Now out to the right, Gagai gets away from Burton. Gagai goes straight through and will score untouched. How has he done that, Gagai? Somebody tell Gagai he's not wearing a Maroons jersey. He's not allowed to do things like that. Oh dear. Some feeble goal line defense here from the Bulldogs. Kickow caught flat-footed, straight through Kickow and Thompson. And that is some worrying signs now for the Bulldogs. 66-0 last time, wasn't it? It might be a little bit more than that today. Well, that was very deflating early on. And that was just way too simple. They didn't have to work for that at all, the Knights. Ah, what have we got there? Thank you very much for the follow, Bob. Welcome along. Lazy defenders. The Knights. And a simple conversion here from Ponga will see the Knights go up 6-0. A lot earlier than I would have liked in this contest, to say the least. You'd think that I would go for Newcastle, considering I was born there and all, but... Jonathan Manson, ahoy! Knights, St Kilda, AFL parlay today. Oh, they're happy, the Knights supporters. I changed my tip back to the Knights, but then I changed it back again to the Bulldogs. I changed it about 7 times in the lead up to this game. But ultimately, I decided the perfect round does absolutely nothing for me. And even if I fall off by a couple of points with the others getting a perfect round, I'm still going to need a perfect round or two again for the rest of the season, regardless. So it was a justifiable risk to take. Penalty here to the Knights. And they suddenly find themselves well on top here. And the Bulldogs, it's going to be a long old afternoon if the Knights can get over again inside the first 10. Gamble to Hastings. Out the back to Ponga. Ponga, he had 2 unmarked outside him. He went on his own. Now he's trying to milk a 6 again. And he wins it too, the cheeky sod. Oh, he's completely bamboozled the referee there, Kalen Ponga. And he's won himself a 6 again, the little golden boy. Worrying signs here for the Bulldogs. They don't want to fall 2 tries behind inside the first 10 minutes. Tackle 3. The Newcastle chance rain out across the ground. Ponga trying to milk another penalty. Just get up and play the ball, you git. Oh, straight through. Easy as you like, Tyson Gamble. Oh, we've done the wrong thing here, James Jason. We have done the wrong thing here. And this game is all over 10 minutes in. Oh, it wasn't even a contest. That has made it very difficult for me now to defend my crown in the Wasted Water Sports tipping contest. Through Kickow again. For both tries, Kickow has just been caught throwing out a lazy arm. It was Gagai before. This time, Tyson Gamble has just skinned Kickow on the inside. There's a new betting market, New South Wales versus Queensland in club games with points scored. That's an interesting one. New South Wales would usually be top of that, you would think. In a majority of cases. Of course, Blake. I have a surprisingly good memory for an intoxicated person. It's definitely something that could be worked on, for sure. I think you would have to limit it, much like they do with the player point scoring market. It's not open to just everybody. I think you would have to limit it. So, like, if it was Storm versus Panthers, it'd be points head-to-head, Munster versus Luai, for example. That sort of thing. Or Munster versus Cleary. Oh, they're just rampaging now, the Knights. Dominic Young makes about 30 post-contact meters. Frizzell on tackle 3. Crossland, quick play the ball. They're up over halfway now, the Knights. Walnut Hills, ahoy! Can't believe my Raiders, absolutely horrible. Sad to see my favourite player, Jared Croker, retiring. Raiders, apart from the first 15 minutes, the Raiders started really well. The first 15 minutes of the game, I thought the Raiders were well and truly on top. They just couldn't get any points. And then it just all fell to pieces for the rest of the game, didn't it? All right, I need way more drinks to get through this game. I'll be back. Oh, dear. Better defense here from the Bulldogs, although they've got the ball away. Just as I say that, space down the left-hand edge for the Knights. Oh, pressure on again. Fifth and last. Here they go, firing it back to Gamble. They're going to run it. Gagai puts the grubber in behind the line. It pops up for Dominic Young. And Dominic Young, all he needed to do was hold the ball, and he scores. Oh, they nearly had another one there, Newcastle. It's falling to pieces very rapidly for the Bulldogs. The Sharks are currently in 5th, I believe. Oh, boy. Bulldogs. Bulldogs have now spilt the ball. Carraz is claiming it was raked out. But here's more pressure incoming. It's just all fallen to pieces after a very promising first 5 or so minutes of the game. 5 minutes isn't very bloody long, I know, but they started with such enthusiasm. They almost came away with the first try. And I don't think the Bulldogs are coming back from 18 points to 0. So it is imperative that they hold on this set. But here goes Gagai. Beats the first up tackle. Somebody has definitely switched Gagai into Queensland Maroons mode today. And that is a worrying sign for the Bulldogs. Oh, flat pass to say the least. Forward pass crackdown is definitely over. And Newcastle, they just march on. 10 out, quick play of the ball, front foot ball, all the momentum. Oh, they must score. They must score. But no, save in the day. Reed Marnie was it back there. It wasn't Reed Marnie. Oh, an early tackle. This could be a penalty try. We could be looking at penalty try here. We could be looking at least a penalty. Well, we are definitely going to see a penalty. This is potentially a sin bin, and this could be a penalty try. This is a big call here. At the very least, it's going to be a penalty right out in front, and a Bulldogs player in the sin bin. It's just all fallen to pieces. The Bulldogs, they just never got a chance in this game. They just never got a chance. A gift 2 points if they want it, but with the extra man, I dare say... Oh, they're taking the 2! Where's my emoji? They're taking the 2. To go 14 points to 0 up. Well, I won't be defending my Wasted Water Sports tipping championship this season. It looks like there's going to be a new winner crowned. It's very hard to go back to back. But quite a few teams let me down this year. The Bulldogs have let me down a lot. The Tigers let me down a couple of times. The Eels have let me down a couple of times. Everybody's let me down when they're playing the Broncos. It's definitely been a tough year to try and go back to back. I took a risk, a big risk today. I knew it was a big risk, but honestly, getting the perfect round didn't really accomplish much for me. And the Knights, wow. Are the Knights a dark horse? I mean, I know it's only the Bulldogs and everything, and they haven't exactly beaten any top quality competition. And Marju now beats 4 defenders. I know they haven't beaten anybody decent, but I just can't believe the Knights have gone on this run. Short side numbers. 6 again it'll be for inside the 10. They're just tearing them to shreds here, the Knights. Absolutely ripping the Bulldogs a new one here. Remember the Mitchell Pearce video with the dog? Tapped on, and Dominic Young will score in the corner. And that is all she wrote. 18 points to nil, kick to come. Oh, it's gone up as no try. It's gone up as no try here. Looking for an obstruction on Matt Burton. Oh, Burton's potentially taken out here by Frizzell is what we're looking at. Yeah, Frizzell's taken out Matt Burton. No try, penalty Bulldogs. Oh, they're lucky there, the Bulldogs. Oh, they're very, very lucky there, the Dogs. Matt Burton's been wiped out here, preventing him from sliding across. Dan is officially doing shots and dancing for Super Chat. I'll tell you what, though, if too many more points get on the board, we might be spending the rest of the afternoon doing AI-generated art instead of actually caring about the game. Common sense has prevailed here. Dominic Young has done extremely well to plant that ball down, but common sense has prevailed. A clear obstruction, and it's been called. And a little bit of a let-off there for the Bulldogs. Oh boy, did they need that. They really needed that. They needed something to go their way. And finally for them, something has gone their way. Up in tonight's territory. The crowd's just fallen a little bit flat. Oh yeah, but that was the Knights. That was the Bulldogs reserve grade team, Vobsy. They've actually got some of their key players back this time around. Fifth and last here for the Bulldogs. They're 20 out from the Knights line. Kicking over the top, looking for the Fox. Oh, Caleb Ponga goes up there, Gazali. Mark of the season. Forget about your AFL players. Look at Kalen Ponga soaring through the air there. The gimp. Couldn't have knocked it on, huh? Knocking it on would have been nice. No penalties is the name of the game here for the Bulldogs. They've done well so far to hold the Knights down here, and just as I say it, they have blitzed them on the outside again, forcing Young back in field and finally putting him to ground, and they've just given up 20 metres there. Now Gamble puts the kick in behind. It bounces kindly for Averillo. And a good-looking defensive set there from the Bulldogs turned into misery with one play. And with that man down, they just have to run down the clock here, the Bulldogs, essentially. It's going to be very hard to mount any sort of pressure. Cameron Serrato, that looks like a man who's conceded defeat already. Fifth and last, they've only made 37 metres here. And Burton's just going to keep it flat, plug it into the end goal, excuse me. And a 7-tackle set incoming now for the Knights, and that's going to amount to pressure for the Bulldogs. Burton, he had the right idea. Plug it into touch, wind down the clock a little bit. The execution just wasn't there. 7 tackles for the Knights. That was the last thing the Bulldogs needed to give away here. 22 missed tackles. Unforgivable. 22 missed tackles in the first. They're missing a tackle a minute, essentially. 21 minutes, 40 seconds gone, and the Bulldogs have missed 22 tackles in this game so far. 1 a minute. You can't win games of footy with those sorts of statistics. And there's 23. As Crossland breaks through. Another offload. They're killing them with the offloads. Frizzell gets the arms free. Back to Crossland. Crossland keeps it alive. There's missed tackle 25. And now the ball spills forward. It's been knocked on by the Bulldogs. And the Knights will have a full set of 6 incoming. And, oh, this is just miserable to watch. Absolutely miserable viewing. Three minutes remaining for Edwards in the sin bin. Imperative that they don't leak any more points before he comes back. Four line breaks to none. About 24 or 25 missed tackles. And now a penalty from the base of the scrum. Things just go from bad to worse. Oh, this could be a turning point. Hastings is in trouble. Jackson Hastings is in a world of hurt. And if the Knights lose one of their key playmakers, this could be match-defining and season-defining. Hastings is in trouble. This could be a huge turning point. We've just seen it on the big screen too. This is going to be called a hip drop. And the Bulldogs are going to be another man down here. The Bulldogs are about to lose Jacob Preston. Potentially for the whole game. And Hastings is absolutely busted. Oh, we've seen these all season long, haven't we? We've seen these all season long. The hip drop. What exactly is a hip drop? Well, he swung around. Whoops. He swung around in the tackle and fallen on his ankle. All right, Hastings is up. That could be telling. Ten in the bin. Jacob Preston on report and in the sin bin for 10. It's 13 versus 11. And Hastings is back up and about. He's absolutely fine. Oh, no, he's not. Forget that. Scrap that. Hastings is done. He is off. So who comes on and plays 7 then for the Knights? Who plays 7 for the Knights now for the rest of this game? Kurt Mann, I guess, will come onto the field. But who plays where? Oh, yeah, Ponga will come into the halves. Who goes to fullback then? It looks like Kurt Mann's come in. Kurt Mann's playing hooker. Phoenix Crossland's moving out to halfback. And the Knights have just scored. Kurt Mann's just come on the field. Kurt Mann has only just come on the field. And 13 versus 11, you're always going to score a try in that situation. It wasn't going to take much effort. 2 players in the sin bin for the Dogs. And it's actually a very simple swap. Kurt Mann comes in to hooker. Phoenix Crossland shifts out to halfback. So the Knights aren't really going to miss anything by that being the case. As Kurt Mann, his first touch of the ball, he scores a try. And this game has just gone south pretty quickly. I mean, it's not even a contest. 13 on 11 is not a contest. Jonathan Manson says, how often have the Knights been up 20-0? Must have been 5 years ago. I don't know, mate. Probably the last time they were playing 13 against 11. Kalen Ponga moves in. It hooks, it stays inside the far upright. 20 points to 0. And the Knights have just secured this contest 25 minutes in. We didn't even get a contest today, unfortunately. The Storm spanked the Raiders, and the Knights have spanked the Bulldogs. A very disappointing afternoon of rugby league as far as competition goes. And there is still so long to go in this game. That 66-0 scoreline the other week might be a long distant memory. As here they go again, but spilling the ball. And I'm surprised it wasn't a penalty for an early tackle to the Knights, because everything else has gone their way so far. But the Bulldogs come away with it. $11 versus 13. It remains still. It's hard to see how the Bulldogs can launch any kind of attack with 2 men down. Now they're back. They've got 1 back. Burton cuts out Kickow. And now spilling the ball again is Blake Wilson. Blake Wilson, 2 touches, 2 dropped balls. Catch you later, Gamer Mel. I would go myself if I could. To be perfectly honest. This game's an absolute dud. Still down a man. The Bulldogs doing it tough. 6 minutes still. The Knights with the man advantage. Not that it matters because the Knights have been destroying the Bulldogs. Even when it was 13 on 13, they were finding gaps everywhere. Kickout is having one of his lazy days out. $20 points to nil. And it's hard to get excited about the prospects of anything to come for the rest of this game. Based on what we've seen so far. It would take the most amazing turnaround of turnarounds. Hastings is still getting diagnosed in the sheds. No update on him just yet. Now Burton trying to find some space. He'll always try, Burton. I'm surprised that wasn't called a forward pass. Oh, well, it was. Well, there you go. Exactly the same play that's created Newcastle space multiple times with forward passes not called. The first time the Bulldogs do it, they get pinged for a forward pass. I don't have anything against the Bulldogs, Blake Lions. I just hate seeing inconsistencies in the refereeing to the point where it becomes almost biased towards one team. We saw it the other night where the Broncos got all the calls in their match. Forward passes were let go. And then for the rest of the weekend, there was a forward pass crackdown until this afternoon. And apparently the forward pass crackdown only applies to the Bulldogs today in this game. Oh, straight through the middle they go. More missed tackles. And Tyson Gamble will get a double. Oh, Tyson Gamble's going on with it after the try. He should be sent for the field and the try should be taken away. It should actually be a penalty to the Bulldogs here and the try removed from Tyson Gamble. Let's have a look at what happened here. The Knights have just gone straight through the middle again. Kickout racing up out of the line. And a missed tackle from Burton. Missed tackle number 79 in the half. Kickout's in a bit of trouble here as well. We could be having a look at that kickout tackle. And just completely unnecessary here from Tyson Gamble. And in all honesty, the referee should be reversing this, giving a penalty to the Bulldogs. That's completely unnecessary from Tyson Gamble. But I think the biggest story here is, will they be having a look at that Viliami kick-out tackle? Has the shoulder made contact with the head in back play here? I think we are having a look at it. Kick-out could be in a world of trouble here if they have a closer look at that one. 24 points to nil. Kick to come. And the Newcastle Knights today may have just officially become my most hated team in the competition for season 2023. Well, referee's having a chat now to the captains. Nine and a half minutes to go to the halftime break. And it's about to be 26 points to nil. One-way traffic here. One-way traffic with the referee calls. One-way traffic on the scoreboard to the Newcastle Knights. Oh, Jonathan Manson, it's the Panthers. It's the Panthers to lose. I've been saying this for weeks now. It's the Panthers, and then it's daylight. And then maybe the Storm are probably the only team with the experience and the quality when they're on song to even mix it with the Panthers on their day. But it's the Panthers, and then it's daylight, and then it's the Storm, and then it's more daylight, and then everyone else is just making up the numbers. I thought the Eels would do a lot better than they have. I thought the Roosters would do a lot better than they have. But at the moment, it's just, yeah, the Panthers are just so far ahead of everybody else. It's ridiculous. And Newcastle, with this win, they will sneak into the top 8. They will find themselves in 7th spot on the ladder at the end of this one. Mr. Edsdet says, I think I'm going to not say any more picks. It starts to feel that way sometimes, Mr. Edsdet, doesn't it? Yeah, the Bulldogs have been a little hard done by here today. They haven't helped themselves, of course. I mean, 27 or 28 missed tackles. You can't ignore that. I mean, that's obviously shocking. But all the forward passes, the forward pass crackdown has been forgotten for one team today. He's calling the Bulldogs for forward passes, but not Newcastle. The penalties and the sin bins. Yeah, it's very clear one-way traffic at the moment. Who's the referee? Referee Peter Goff. I think somebody associated with the Bulldogs must have sodomized one of Peter Goff's pets with a rusty fishing knife or something, because he's really got it in for them. Seven minutes to go till a halftime break that cannot come soon enough for the Bulldogs, that's for sure. Ponga gets the kick away. Safe to say that points as Preston gets ready to come back on the field. Slow play the ball, but I hope the Bulldogs aren't expecting a 6 again from referee Peter Goff, because they're in for a bit of a surprise if they think that's going to happen. Marnie catches slow markers. And once again, if he thinks he's going to get anything from the referee for that, he's kidding himself. Addo Carr just puts Crossland on his backside. Fifth and last now, the Bulldogs. They're 20 out. Quick play the ball. Marnie skips away. And he is sacked by Kalen Ponga. And they just cannot win a penalty or a six again here, the Bulldogs. The Knights are getting away with murder around the ruck. Lazy defenders, markers not square. And they're just being allowed to do it. Just hang around and slow down the plays. That could be Hastings' season over, by the way. Hastings wrapped up in ice on the sideline. That ankle elevated and wrapped up. That could be season over for Hastings. Fifth and last here for the Knights. Up towards halfway. This game has just slowed down a little bit now. We're back to 13 on 13. And the Knights were inside 10 there. And the Bulldogs, with 4.5 minutes to go till halftime, get a very relieving penalty. Oh, it's very hard to get excited about any of this. All right. Burton put the kick in behind the line. Marju spills it. It's going to be a Bulldog scrum for whatever it's worth. 3.5 minutes to go till the halftime break. Scrum down, 20 meters out. Here they go from the scrum now. Burton. The short ball to Burns. Burns is picked up and dumped. 10 out from the line. Tackle 2. Plenty up their sleeve here. Kick out on the crash ball. 4 Knights defenders there to hold him up and drive him backwards. Solid defense on their goal line there. And you're just kind of waiting for the Bulldogs' mistake, aren't you? That's the feeling, the vibe that there's been today. You're just waiting. Who's going to drop the ball for the Bulldogs? Burton to kick out again. Kick out taken without any threat. 5th and last. They haven't really offered anything here, the Bulldogs. Burton now puts the high ball up. It's too deep. It's in the in-goal. It spells back. Preston loses it forward. And now away goes to Ala. It's play on, and the Knights are going to race away the length of the field and score. Everything going their way today. The Knights, everything going their way that could possibly go their way. And they have just run the length of the field. We've got to come back and look at a lot of stuff. I don't think it's a try, but we've got a lot to look at. The referee let it play on because it favoured the Knights, I dare say. He would have blown that up if it was the other way around. But let's have a look. Up go the Bulldogs. They tap it backwards. Preston. Does Preston get the ball down? Preston has just butchered a try for the Bulldogs, and potentially the Knights have raced away to score one of their own. Here we go, Preston. Preston loses it forward, and that will be play on at this point. And the Knights have come away with a miracle try here, potentially. So what we're looking at, from the sounds of it, is a potential knock-on, which would be against the Knights, I dare say. Maybe touched there from Phoenix Crossland. Yeah, Phoenix Crossland has definitely touched the ball. Has he touched it forward? He has. Phoenix Crossland has knocked the ball on, and the Bulldogs are going to survive. I think the Bulldogs are going to get away with this one. Oh, it's good. Oh, what a load of bollocks. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. You're having a laugh now. The NRL are having an absolute laugh here. Wow. What an absolute laugh. The Bulldogs are getting absolutely rorted here today. The poor old doggies. They are getting absolutely rorted. Wow, 30 points to nil, kick to come. The poor old doggies are getting the short end of the stick here today. And Newcastle have officially become my most hated team in competition 2023. Ponga is hooking back, not far enough. He misses the goal from the try that should never have been in the first place. And the Knights go in with all the calls, with all the luck. 30 points to nil. And the poor old Dogs, they just can't win a trick at the moment. I would love to know what somebody within the Bulldogs organisation did to Peter Goff's family. Crazy. All right. I'm going to struggle to even do the second half here. It's kind of pointless. But we'll see. I'll have a quick break, and we'll figure it out from there. I mean, it's pretty clear a decision's already been made who's going to win this game today. So, do we want to sit through another 40 minutes of it or not? Either way, I'm going to have a quick break for half time. We'll sort it out after this. Welcome back, Wasted Water Sports halftime here. 30 points to nil. The Knights absolutely spanking the Bulldogs at the moment on the back of some contentious decisions, to be fair. But still, something like 100 missed tackles by the Bulldogs. Honestly. Team stats here will be extremely interesting. Real question is, will the Dogs score today? I don't think they're going to be allowed to score. I mean, look, as bad as the Dogs have been, where's the missed tackles? I've got to find this missed tackle statistic because this really is the telling part. 38 missed tackles across one half of football. That's pretty telling. I mean, you can't win a game of footy. Whether you're getting the calls go your way or not, you can't win a game of footy or even be in the contest when you're missing 38 tackles in one half of football. Almost one tackle a minute being missed. Compare that to the Knights, who have missed 9 tackles across the entire half. It's just not even a contest at the moment. That said, I still think that somebody within the Bulldogs organisation has done something to one of the family pets of Peter Goff, the referee, because he's really got it in for them today. But as I said, regardless of that, regardless of the calls that have or have not gone their way, you can't be in a game of football and have 38 missed tackles across 40 minutes of the game. That is just abysmal, no matter which way you look at it. So, regardless, they don't even deserve to be in the contest. Some very harsh calls have gone against them. But with 38 missed tackles, you've just got to hang your heads in shame and really, really wonder what's going wrong there with the Bulldogs. A full half left. We have to get through it. It's very rare that I manage to get through every single game in a weekend. I know that the game's over and it's going to be so boring, but We've got to get through this next 40, don't we? We've got to do it. Just so that I can say I did every single game this weekend. It's very rare that I manage that. So we've got to make sure that we get it done. Fox has been pretty quiet. He had one really decent run where he just charged at Phoenix Crossland, dumped him on his backside. But apart from that, no, he's been pretty quiet. Blake Wilson has been awful. Blake Wilson, for mine, has left a couple of tries begging. If they had a proper finisher, like, okay, Alex Johnston, for example, even though the Rabbitohs aren't exactly travelling too well at the moment, Alex Johnston probably scores those 2 tries that Blake Wilson has dropped over the sideline, the pass. 30 points to 12 is still an absolute tonking, but at least, I mean, it's better than 30-0. So Blake Wilson has certainly not been up to it today, that's for sure. Kickout's been disappointing. That defensive channel of Kickout and Preston, the halves of the Knights have just been absolutely tearing them to shreds. UFC says, what would I do if someone sodomized my pet? I would make all the calls go against them in favor of the other team. I'm not saying it's wrong behavior. I'm just... Something's happened. Something has happened off field. Somewhere in the Bulldogs organisation towards Peter Goff. Clearly. Oh, God. So anyways, now that Wasted World of Sports is a monetised channel, a fully monetised channel, we do want to start offering a little bit more content. Part of what I've got lined up is, it was going to be this week, but I'm now second-guessing doing it this week because I've been informed that this Wednesday is the Matildas soccer thing that I couldn't care less about personally, but I know a lot of people do. So maybe it's not the best time to be launching something new and going up against that. So we'll see. I'll play it by ear, but it's definitely in the works. It's definitely coming up. A little bit of a sit-down, chit-chat, vodcast style thing. My dad and myself talking about sports through the years. I believe that the Matildas are on at 8. We were scheduled in for 7, which is plenty of time, because we're not really going to go for more than half an hour, I dare say. But we'll still see. We'll see. I'll play it by ear, and we'll see what happens. I think we're going to be on early enough for it not to be a problem either way. All right, teams are coming back out for the second half. For what it's worth, we're just hoping to see some sort of matchup in the second 40, I suppose. I've got to pop off quickly again as the teams come out for the second. Wasted World of Sports. Second half coming up, Bulldogs, Knights. Yeah, what a disappointment it's been so far. Second half underway, and Newcastle will get first use of it. Some entertainment would be nice, that's for sure. Just to keep it interesting. It's not completely out of the realms of possibility albeit extremely unlikely. Incredibly unlikely. I'm just messing around with my lights here at the moment. I'm trying to find the best light setting here for the current time of the evening, where it's not too bright, but it's also bright enough to not cast reflections from the TV and whatnot. If the Bulldogs score early, that'd set the cat amongst the pigeons, wouldn't it? All right, I should stop messing around with this now. I'll stop mucking about with it. Early mistake here from the Knights. Bulldogs. Can they get some points on the board? Any points? Preston down the short side. Just not really asking any questions of the Knights' defence. Sexton out the back. Now Burton has got kick out. Kick out, goes on his own. And he spills the ball, kick out. And that just sums it all up. Kickow has had a real crock of a night, hasn't he? Awful in defence, and now he's awful in attack. Loose carry, spilling the ball. And it's just not happening for the Bulldogs. Not a happening. A couple of quick tries might have made it interesting. To be honest, Vopsy, I don't... And now a high shot by the Fox, and it's a penalty to the Knights. And things just go from bad to worse. They continue to fall even further downhill. And speaking of falling, let's figure out where I'm going to land on the ladder after this. I'm prone to attack from the rear. Yeah, I'm out of the... I'm going to get overtaken by quite a few people. Yeah, I'm about to get jumped by quite a few behind me there. And now the Knights have made another mistake. Oh, just quietly. They're keen to keep the Bulldogs with a little bit of glimmer of hope, aren't they? They're keen. A big shot by Kickow on Crossland forces the ball loose, folds him in half. Absolutely folded him. Scrum down, Bulldogs. Whoa. It's very bright in here now. Wow. I feel like it's daytime. Tackle 2 here. Bulldogs take it to the line. Burton with the flat pass to Preston. I'm surprised it wasn't called forward, the way that the game's been going so far. Can they just do anything here, the Bulldogs? Tackle 4. Marnie out the bow. They've lost it forward again. It's just you always just waiting. You're just waiting for who's going to lose the ball. And again, a mistake. Sexton drops the ball, and the Knights come away with it on the 0 tackle. There's no comeback. There is no miracle about to happen here tonight. So I've got to turn my attention to next week as I continue to try and defend my crown with only a few weekends to go. I need to pull a couple of serious perfect rounds out. So I'm going to go for the early upset Thursday night. Sharks over Cowboys. Warriors over Sea Eagles. Roosters over Eels. Ooh, all right. Tigers, Dolphins. All right, let's just go Dolphins for now. I'll keep an eye on the Tigers' progress throughout the week. Panthers, Titans. Panthers by about 20. Dragons, Storm. Storm will win that. Knights, Bunnies. Jeez, that's actually a tough game to pick at the moment. Jesse, ahoy, mates. How are you going? And then Raiders, Bulldogs. Oh, well, on the back of what we've seen today from both teams, it could be a miserable old game on Sunday, that one. Hey, two teams well out of form. Raiders versus Bulldogs next weekend. That could be a dire old match, that. I dare say even the teams involved aren't looking forward to that one. Sexton runs it to the line, puts the kick in. Oh, the Bulldogs chase has been taken out. The Bulldogs chase has been taken out, but don't expect a penalty. How dare they expect a penalty? Reid Marnie nearly got himself in behind for a try there. Well, the way that this game has been going so far, you would expect a short dropout here from the Knights, and they will win the contest for the ball. Let's see. They do go short, but it's not short enough, and the Bulldogs secure it quite easily in the end through Matt Burton. And at the moment, we're basically just waiting for the Bulldogs to offer anything. Just fire a shot. Just stand up and fire a shot. Anything at this point would make for some more attractive viewing than what they've been dishing up so far. Driving all the way over the in-goal area. Corey Waddell, I believe it was. Love the enthusiasm, but he was always covered. But there's just no shape or... They don't seem to have any set plays or shape or anything, the Bulldogs. Kick out just cuts back inside on a simple line, and it's read well by the Knights. And it's a loose play of the ball. Penalty! The Dogs get a penalty. Take the two! Take the two. You need it. Take the two. Don't be beaten to 0. Preston. A metre out from the line as they tap and go. Of course, I was only joking, naturally, about taking the 2. Marnie fires it out now. Edwards taken just to the right of the post, a metre out. They keep going left. Waddell cuts back, backs into the defence again. And this time they're wise to it on tackle 3. But just nothing. Sexton puts a kick in. It's tapped down by the Knights, and the Knights are going to race away again here upfield. Gagai gets away from Marnie. And the Knights on the counter run. Suddenly they've got all the front football, all the momentum. And Campbell passes to nobody. It is scooped up. Oh, the referee blows his whistle. I told you the referee would blow his whistle if a breakaway happened the other way. And he did. As soon as the Dogs got into space, he let it play on when it was for the Knights, and they raced upfield and scored. He's immediately blown his whistle this time as the Bulldogs looked to break clear. I told you, somebody has done something to Peter Goff from inside the Bulldogs organisation. He hates them. That referee, for whatever reason, cannot stand these guys. And he is not doing anything to hide it. Blake Lyons, are you live streaming tomorrow? Live streaming what? There's nothing on. And the rugby league gods have stepped in. And the Knights drop the ball on tackle 1. No, Caden, I work for a newspaper. I do graphic design. That's my actual job throughout the course of the week. I would love for this to be my actual job. That'd be fantastic. What I would need for that is to have enough channel members that it actually pays for my lifestyle. I certainly don't expect that to ever happen, but I'm having fun just doing it for what I do at the moment. But believe me, that would be great. How fantastic would that be to be able to be earning enough YouTube advertising revenue to say, this is what I do. What do you do for work? I hang out and I call rugby league games on YouTube. Mind you, because the sports are only on the weekend, I would probably get bored during the week and still have another job anyway. 5th and last here, the Bulldogs. Burton puts it high. Can they just get points of any kind? And it's been knocked on by the Knights. $30 points to 0. It remains. I'm not sure if I can do it. I think it requires at least... moderator status. We'll see. We'll see if we can get the leaderboard up. Scrum down here for the Dogs. Can they come up with something? Just really flat on attack. Just no shape, no variety, no threat. Really clueless here from the Bulldogs. Out to the left they go. Now Kickow tries to get on the outside. Holds his feet, but they hang on to him. And they put him down. Kickow's had a really quiet game. Waddell again in midfield. Nothing doing. Just no threat. No variety. They get 6 more. Marty now goes from dummy half. And he loses the ball on tackle 1. It's knocked on by the Knights, though. Knocked on by the Knights. They've still got a chance here, the Bulldogs. Knights have gone for the captain's challenge on the one-on-one strip. One-on-one strip. Lachlan Fitzgibbon has successfully stolen the ball from Reed Marnie. And everything just continues to come up. Smell it of roses for the Knights tonight. And they will have the ball. Everything coming up rosy for the Newcastle Knights. We can just scroll up. We can scroll up in the chat room and try and find it. Let's see. There it is. There we go. That's the last. Oh, God. What the hell has it done to the link? Never mind. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, let's try it this way. That should be right. Fifth and last, Knights get a good kick away. Finding space in behind. Everything falling their way. We've got 26 minutes to try and get through just to say that we did every single game this weekend. I've only ever done it once before. One other time in the history of the channel have I successfully done every game over the weekend. And it is extremely difficult to get through this one. But we've got 25 and a half minutes left to get through. $30 points to nil. No change to the halftime score. The Bulldogs have definitely defended a little bit better in the second half, but by the same token, you would have to say the Knights haven't really been attacking with the same flair either. They haven't needed to. They had the game won at half time, the Knights. The game was over. They had it won. It was in their control. They haven't had to do anything. It's the Bulldogs who have to make all the running, and they just haven't offered any sort of variety or shape and attack. It's been really flat. It's been a really disappointing season overall. Yes, they've had their excuses, but there are very limited excuses for tonight. Sexton off the outside of the boot. It's not going to put any threat on the Knights whatsoever, although the Fox gets it on the outside. And then they scramble him over the sideline. And, I mean, they've just gone into their shell and are having tackling practice, it seems, at the moment, the Knights. You do just get that feeling. Let's just have a little bit of a live practice of our defensive shapes. We'll keep giving the ball back to them. It doesn't matter. When will the nightmare end for the Bulldogs? In 23 minutes' time, exactly. How's everybody doing in the chat room? Are we struggling on through? Ball spills out the back here for Burton. Burton is wrapped up. A great legs tackle there by Fitzgibbon, of all people. Burton hasn't come away from that tackle very well. Wouldn't that just cap it off for the Bulldogs if Matt Burton's been busted? Fifth and last now. They're just going absolutely nowhere. 13 meters gained. The kick from inside the 40. 13 meters. off that set. Just the Bulldogs have just been atrocious today. Just completely abysmal. Probably the worst single performance by any team in the season so far. The Knights coming up, they've got the Rabbitohs, Sharks and Dragons. I mean, they probably lose all of those games, to be honest. Knights seem to do well against the Sharks, though. I wouldn't put it past them to get the win there. Still 0-0 in the second half. But the Knights really haven't been trying, in all honesty. It's tapped back for Crossland. Crossland puts it across, looking for Marju. It's knocked on now by the Bulldogs. And it's going to be a full set of 6 for the Knights. Let's see what my dog's barking at. Whoa, boy, scrum down. Ponga takes it to the line. Short ball to Tuala, looking for his double. He can't get there. Slow play the ball. Got a full set of 6 incoming here for the Knights. Looking for more points. Surely they break them, and surely they score. Break this deadlock. Yes, they do. There it is. The Knights will score first in the second half. Oh, it's going up as no try. It's gone up as no try. Referee sends it up as no try. Let's see. Oh, he's dropped it. Oh, it's a try. He's kept hold of it. That's a try. He has kept hold of it, and that will be a try. No. Oh, he's lost it. I think they're going to give this. Yep, they're giving it. Oh, wow. Have you ever in your life seen more biased calls all game long? But anyways, it's irrelevant to the game now. It was over at halftime. But wow. They have got it in for the Doggies today. $34 points to 0. Kick to come from right in front to make it 36. And from the 66 to 0 that the Knights beat the Bulldogs by last time, it's 102 points to 0 in favour of the Knights across 2 games this season. Conversion successful from right in front. There is still 18 minutes to go in this game. And I do apologize. It's so hard to be enthusiastic about any of this. It's been a really disappointing day for competition. I mean, the Storm absolutely spanked the Raiders. Now the Knights are absolutely giving it to the Bulldogs. Back underway. Just a matter of by how many now. For the Bulldogs, though, very little to play for other than pride. It'd be very hard, though, to get yourself up for it and keep pushing on. They're back in territory here, the Knights, and then they spill the ball. Fitzgibbon. The Bulldogs will come away with it. For the Bulldogs, maybe their goal should just be to win the second half. The Knights will, however, jump above the Bunnies into 7th spot. The Knights jump above Souths into 7th spot on the ladder. Knights and the Bunnies play each other next round. That could decide the order of things there. Bulldogs get a set restart here. They're a metre short of the line. Can they put points on the board? They just haven't looked threatening in any capacity. No variety in attack. No real threat. No real shape. Reed Marnie tries to burrow over. He's short. Although he's got up and he's claimed it, Reed Marnie. And the Bulldogs, maybe they've scored here. The Bulldogs have finally got themselves a try. Well, it took a full game of footy, a whole half, and then another 23 minutes. But the Bulldogs have finally cracked the line against the Newcastle Knights. Burton moves in, converts 36 points to 6. 15 and a half minutes to go. What will this next 15 and a half minutes bring? 36 points to 6. Kickout will take it from the restart. Oh, it's scrappy at the play the ball again. Kickout has just looked very lethargic tonight. It has certainly not been a blockbuster performance from Viliami Kickout. Marnie will kick on the third here, looking for the Fox in behind Marju. Fox touches it forward. They're just not getting the bounce of the ball go their way tonight, the Bulldogs. And Ponga comes away with it. And now Phoenix Crossland looks like he's damaged his arm in back play. And imagine if the Knights come away from this game losing Jackson Hastings and Phoenix Crossland all in the same afternoon. I mean, that could be massive to the rest of their season. Now they spread it wide. Dominic Young gets on the outside. They keep it alive. 10 out from the line. Tackle for the Bulldogs. Cover defense gets there just in the nick of time. More points beckoning here for Newcastle. Ponga puts the kick in. And it's knocked on by Avarillo. It's picked up by Hetherington, and it's another try for the Knights. The demolition job continues here in Newcastle. 40 points to 6 with the kick to come. And these two teams at the moment are just not on the same planet. $40 points to 6, kick to come. The deflection from Sexton. Avarillo should be taking that, though, at the back. Relatively simple stuff. And for the Bulldogs, some serious questions have to be asked about some of the rebuild, because they're still not at 100% by any stretch of the imagination. But this has probably been one of the best squads on paper that they've been able to put out on the park all season long. And they've been decimated by Newcastle. $42 points to 6. Oh, Mr. Ed's dead. It's been just absolutely abysmal. A disaster of a game. Still 12 minutes of misery left for the Bulldogs. They're losing the second half. 12 points to 6. So if they did set themselves a little target of tidying up in the second half and winning the second 40, they've failed at that as well at the moment. It's definitely been a better effort. But still, the Knights haven't had to do any more than they've done. They've been well in command. The game was over at halftime. They've done all that they needed to do to sew this game up. Nothing more, nothing less for the Knights. $11 minutes to go. I've got 11 minutes to get through to be able to say I did every single game, every single minute of every single game this weekend of NRL action. Just 11 minutes to get through. What a different evening it could have been if the Bulldogs put up a fight. Burton now from inside the 20, kicks on tackle 4, looking for a 20-40. Ball short by about 5 metres. Kalen Ponga's off for a rest for the Knights. Blake Lyons, welcome back. How was dinner? I've got to start thinking about what I'm going to eat after this game. Ten minutes of misery left for the Bulldogs here this evening. Kanye, ketchup, ahoy, mate. I've just got to get through this last 10 minutes. And boy, has this been a difficult game to get through. 6 again for the Knights. .30 out from the Bulldogs line. Flat pass there. I mean, honestly, the forward pass crackdown has definitely escaped the Knights this weekend. Oh, KFC, very nice. Hey, you'll have noticed that I've finally got around to switching off all those KFC ads that were randomly appearing. Dane Gagai bumping off 2 defenders. The kick on tackle 4. It's played up by Kickow. It's going to be 6 again. Oh, Kickow's had a go at Gamble there. Six more tackles for the Knights. Tackle 3, Fitzgibbon, 5 out. They stay on the short side here, the Knights. 6 again. Another full set. More points incoming for the Knights. You do not back the Bulldogs goal line to far. There we go, the flick pass. And Saifidi will score. I was just in the middle of saying, oh, forward pass. A forward pass has finally been called against the Newcastle Knights. And the irony of it is, yeah, okay, that one was forward as well. They've finally called one, though. The forward pass crackdown has finally caught up to the Knights this afternoon. A little bit too late as far as the Bulldogs are concerned. Seven and a half minutes to go. A torturous evening for the Bulldogs. Close to coming to an end. When is the next time? Maybe Wednesday night. Maybe. I haven't decided yet what's going to happen on Wednesday night. It depends. It depends if we can do the show on Wednesday night without clashing with the Women's World Cup soccer. Otherwise, definitely Thursday. Burton breaks away from a couple of tackles. Jeez, and he's been copped high there, Burton. 6.5 minutes left. The kick through, a nothing kick. Gagai's at the back. Had it covered easily. 6.5 minutes. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. 6.5 minutes for every minute of every game covered this weekend. It's all we've got to get through. 6 more minutes. Come on, we can do it. Can the Knights come away with some more points here? They keep it alive. Up over halfway on the 5th and last. Gamble. That's a shocker of a kick by Tyson Gamble. But such has been the Knights' night, it might work out for them. There's the turnover. 5.5 minutes to go. For every minute of every game this weekend. We've seen some great games of footy. And then today came. Today just took a gigantic whiz on everything, didn't it? Two absolute shellackings. Two complete and total blowout, no contests. That's what we unfortunately got today. As the top 8 teams continue to just separate themselves from the pack. Fifth and last now for the Bulldogs. 4.5 minutes to go. Sexton puts the crossfield kick in. No pressure on the kick chase at all. And Dominic Young takes it a metre out from his own line. 4 minutes to go. Come on. Let's do it. 4 minutes. It looked like a kind of promising start to this game, but the Bulldogs, they flicked the self-destruct button very, very quickly, didn't they? Now numbers out to the right if they can get it there, the Knights. They can't. The Dogs hold on desperately and shut down the defense. Shut down in defense. The kick down as far as Addo-Carr. Looking to return it. Nothing doing here for the Bulldogs, though. They've just been absolutely destroyed here tonight. And it's no surprise the Newcastle Knights bench absolutely laughing it up. Loving every minute of it. They're loving life at the moment, the Knights. They might be in for a little bit of a wake-up call next week. We will see. Don't get me wrong, though. I would love to see the Knights beat the Bunnies. It will be a very, very different contest, though, I dare say. Bulldogs, though, just lacking real shape, lacking variety, lacking any sort of threat in attack. It's been their problem. Fifth and last, Burton, the crossfield kick. It's a little bit too deep, and Marju takes it with ease. One minute 40 to go, and we have actually done it. The finish of this game cannot come soon enough for anybody. Seriously. We all just want this to be over. There really should be a mercy rule in the NRL. When a game is clearly over at halftime, just end it. Just say, that's it. This game should have ended at halftime. The most unnecessary second half that I can really ever remember happening. And there we go, the Bulldogs on tackle 1. 10 out from their own line. Braden Burns spills the ball. And that sums up their afternoon. Their afternoon/evening. And the Knights, very fitting for them to have the last say in this game. And they will probably score a very easy try off the back of this scrum, the way that things have gone so far today. Here is Kurt Mann bringing Marju back on the inside. Marju dragging 4 defenders with him and getting within a centimetre of the line. Oh, and they spill the ball. It's all become a little bit messy here for both teams. That'll pretty much do it. I reckon 10 seconds to go. It's going to be a scrum down. I don't think anybody is interested in packing the scrum. The Bulldogs are not exactly racing in there. Handshakes all around for everybody. We did it. Wasted World of Sports. We did it. Every minute of every game this weekend. I think for the first time ever that we have got through every single game live over the course of a weekend. I usually take 1 or 2 games off, but we've actually got through every single game this weekend. I thank you very much for your company. I just can't do it any longer. I'm done. I can't keep going. It's been a massive weekend of NRL action. It's finally come to a close. Thank you so much, each and every one of you, for joining me over the course of this weekend. If we decide to do the Generations Vodcast, my dad and I, on Wednesday night, it will be posted. It's posted there. The link is up on the channel. I may change it at some point. I'll decide on the timing and everything. I'll figure it out. I'll see. I don't want to go head-to-head with the Matildas. I mean, that just seems silly for a debut episode or something. So we'll figure it out anyway. Either way, definitely Thursday night. If we don't see you Wednesday night, I will definitely see you Thursday night for... What game is it? Thursday night footy, Cowboys, Sharks. Big game, that one, for my Sharkies. All right, thank you so much, everybody. I'll catch you next time. Until then, cheers. His ass is hanging out as he makes a break upfield. Stepping back. Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Cameron Munster's now put these balls in Nick Meady's face.
I have no idea what the wasted World of Sports is.